The attorneys do not need to show their driver's license.
For the board's awareness, we have 3 large boards meeting today, so each person will not have their own microphone. You'll need to share because we're trying to handle 3 large boards today.
All right, good morning. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I'm of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. I see the time is 9:01, so we're going to get started. I do have a few more housekeeping issues for today. Our court reporter is filling in for our usual court reporter, and so since she is new to covering this board, just make sure that you speak right into the mic. If she needs for us to go back or say like who made a motion or who made a second, please be patient with her so that we can make sure it's all covered. And if you need anything from me or need to stop and redo, let me know. I also have some information from a question yesterday regarding 340B hospitals. So I did get this email this morning that there are currently 65 hospitals in South Carolina. 26 of them are currently enrolled as covered entities in the 340B program. There are another 6 who have recently lost status and or working towards regaining status. So right at 50% of the hospitals in the state are eligible for 340B. So wanted to share that information as it came to me as well. All right, so looking at our agenda, item number 14, we are going to do a continuance. They are not going to be here today. And so we will start with our hearings at 15A, Rural Health Services. So if the individuals for them, come to those chairs right there.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Gunter. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Rural Health.
Okay, thank you.
Purnan Gandhi. I'm oversee the pharmacy operation over at Rural.
Okay, thank you. And some housekeeping for you too. These can actually be picked up and moved, so it might help for y'all to put it in between you. When you talk, you are going to have to be very close to the mic. It will light up red. There's no button that you have to press, but it will feel awkward. Okay. All right, so we have case 2022-174 Rural Health. Does any member of the board have reason to recuse him or himself from this hearing? Okay, this hearing is called to order. A quorum of the board is present. This is a final order hearing in the matter of Rural Health Services Incorporated, doing business as Margaret Weston Community Health Center, pharmacy permit 18599, Donald Branham permit holder, case 2022-174, being held in Columbia, South Carolina on November 20th, 2025. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. The attorney advising the board today is Carolyn Sutherland, advice counsel. Is the respondent present? Yes. Is the respondent represented by an attorney? Yeah? No? Okay. The state is represented by Casey Smith, Assistant Disciplinary Counsel. This hearing will be conducted as informally as is compatible with an equitable presentation of both sides of the case and in compliance with the provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act and the board's statutes and regulations. It is my understanding the parties have entered into a memorandum of agreement wherein both the facts and violations have been admitted. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Thank you. All right, disciplinary counsel will present the MOA, and the respondent will then have an opportunity to address the board with respect to the MOA. Before we begin, I would like to have all witnesses, including the respondent, sworn in. So if you two will stand up and raise your right hand, and our court reporter will swear you in. Thank you. All right, Ms. Smith, you may now proceed.
Thank you. The board initially permitted the respondent as a federally qualified health center non-dispensing drug outlet on March the 7th, 2019. The parties have entered into a memorandum of agreement. We have that marked as Exhibit 1, as well as the notice of hearing and the certificate of service, and we would enter that into evidence unopposed at this time.
Thank you.
On July 25th, 2022, an LLR inspector conducted a routine inspection, and during that inspection, it was noted that the respondent had not required the consultant pharmacist to perform required duties. Specifically, there were violations that were found, some of which were repeated violations from a September 24th, 2020 inspection, in that there should have been approximately 12 quarterly consultant pharmacist audits conducted since the last routine inspection that was on September 24th, 2020, which also yielded violations for failure to conduct quarterly reports. The inspector was only able to locate one fully completed audit. There should have been approximately 22 monthly self-audits conducted since the September 24th, 2020, which also yielded violations for failure to conduct monthly self-audits. The inspector was only able to locate 3 fully completed self-audits. There were expired drugs not removed from the pharmacy, and those are listed in the MOA, as well as the inspection reports as exhibits if you want to look at those. On October 31st, 2023, LLR Inspector Chan sent respondent a notice of complaint, and in response, the respondent submitted a statement and their operational protocol procedural clinical services plan that was implemented on November 6, 2023, and the respondent can go into more details on that. But the respondent does admit to those facts, and also that those facts amount to a violation of South Carolina Code 4043-86C1C, and that the respondent, as a federal qualified healthcare center non-dispensing drug outlet permit holder, did not require that the consultant pharmacist remove expired drugs from active inventory, and also South Carolina Code sections 404370B3A and B3B, and 4043-86C1F, in that the respondent did not require the consultant pharmacist to perform monthly written inspection and quarterly reports that were readily available.
Okay, thank you. Respondent, you may give a statement and proceed.
So thank you all. I started as the Chief Medical Officer as of April of 2025. So all of this is, I would say, the violations of the past, but certainly something that we take very, very seriously at Rural Health Services. We have a policy in place for monthly and quarterly reports. We also are well aware of the removal of expired medications. To that end, we've gone back and uploaded all of the inspection reports from 2022 till present. And I'm happy to report that since January of 2025, we have been fully compliant with all of our monthly reports and quarterly reports, not only on paper, but also uploaded to the LLR. In addition, we've had 2 inspections by the LLR, by the Board of Pharmacy, at both our Margaret J. Weston site and our central site at CCPC, the Clyburn Center, and they passed at 100%. So we are well aware of the issues that had occurred in the past. We have not only have policies in place, but we have enforced them. So we just ask for you all to understand that we have taken this very seriously, and as such, we have made massive changes in the way we report and how we run our pharmacies.
My name is Purnaik Gandhi. And just to add to what Dr. Gunter said is, of course, these findings predate both of us, but during the time of the finding, as we are all aware, we were struck with pandemic, I guess, with COVID, and that did create a lot of strain on federally qualified health centers in terms of manpower, in terms of operations. So just if I had to take a guess, again, there's still no denying that these should have been done. But if I had to take a guess, some challenges that our health centers, medical operation in general went through may even be a result. So it's, the goal of appearing here is just to ask for a reprieve and hope for some understanding, and just know that we have taken this finding very seriously, and we have been in full compliance since at least our time, so that we can attest to.
Thank you. We have the opportunity for the board to ask questions. Just as a reminder and clarification, this is a memorandum of agreement, and so they have admitted to the facts and the violations, but you can ask questions during this time. Okay, hearing none. Are the parties prepared to make closing statements? Ms. Smith, would you like to go?
The state doesn't have any closing.
Respondent?
I would say nothing really additional other than the fact that we have taken this very seriously and have changed our ways now that there's a relatively new sheriff in town. I have really taken this on and have been helping to lead the charge to make sure this does not happen again.
And Madam Chair, just a comment. Really appreciate the information, appreciate the changes going forward. And I know that it predates both of you, and to the point, just in terms of excuses, like COVID was tough on everybody. And so I don't think that it was just FQHC. So just going forward, thank you for being aware. Thank you of understanding the regulations is what's required, and not making excuses going forward.
All right, thank you. The MOA and the additional information presented today is submitted. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to accept the MOA.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Do you have anything in addition to accepting the MOA?
Ms. Schuler, would you like to amend that to accept the MOA and discuss it in executive session to receive legal advice?
I will
from our
withdraw
counsel?
I'll withdraw my motion, and then I will make a motion to take this up in executive session to seek legal advice from our vice counsel.
So we have a new motion to take this up in executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. So we will take this up in executive session. What we'll likely do is have all the hearings first and then have our executive session after. You're welcome to stick around, or you can follow up with the board tomorrow.
Great. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. We will go to 15B, case 2023-133. Irmo Drug.
My name is Robert Chapman, or Bobby Chapman. I am the owner and
Thank you. And have you shared your driver's license with our court reporter? Okay. And just same information, the mic can go really close to you. Yep.
All
And
right.
you're going to feel real uncomfortable the whole time.
sorry about that.
No, you're good. It's weird. All right. Does any member of the board have reason to recuse him or herself from this hearing? Okay. This hearing is called to order. A quorum of the board is present. This is the final order hearing in the matter of Irmo Drug, Inc., PY 9643, Robert W. Chapman Jr., permit holder, case 2022-174, being held here in Columbia, South Carolina on November 20th, 2025. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I'm the chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The attorney advising us is Carolyn Sutherland, advice counsel. The respondent is present. Is the respondent represented by an attorney?
No,
Okay. And you understand that you have that right and you're waiving it?
I do.
Okay. The state is represented by Casey Smith, Assistant Disciplinary Counsel. This hearing will be conducted as informally as compatible with an equitable presentation of both sides of the case and in compliance with the provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act and our statutes and regulations. It's my understanding that the parties have entered into a memorandum of agreement wherein both facts and violations have been admitted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Disciplinary counsel will now present the MOA, and the respondent will have the opportunity to address the board. Oh, and I need to swear in all witnesses. So, Mr. Cunningham?
Chapman.
Chapman. You'll please stand and be sworn in by our court reporter. All right, thank you. Ms. Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you. The board initially permitted the respondent as a non-sterile compounding pharmacy on September 14th, 2007. Mr. Chapman, he is the permit holder and pharmacist in charge at Irmo Drug. The parties have entered into a memorandum of agreement. The notice of hearing, the certificate of service, as well as the memorandum of agreement and attached exhibits, we would enter that into evidence unopposed as State's Exhibit 1 at this time.
Thank you.
On June 19th, 2023, an LLR inspector conducted a routine inspection, and during that inspection, it was determined that the respondent compounded cyclosporin ophthalmic drops in a non-sterile compounding lab. A sterile clean room is not available at Irmo Drug. There were further violations noted for the following. There were multiple expired active pharmaceutical ingredients or API, excipients and batch compounds in active inventory. The PIC was unable to locate the required list of drugs withdrawn or removed from the market per 21 CFR 216-24, and API shelves, storage baskets, and the floor around and under the hood were dirty. Subsequently, LLR Inspector Groton filed an initial complaint with the board alleging that the cyclosporin ophthalmic drops, which is compounded sterile preparation per South Carolina Code 404330, was being compounded by the respondent in a non-sterile environment. On July 3rd, 2023, the PIC sent an email to Inspector Groton outlining changes in procedures and policies as it relates to the violations found during that inspection. There was another statement on September 8th, 2023, in which the PIC, in response to the notice of complaint, and that is in your MOA as an exhibit, from October 4th, 2021 through June 16th, 2023, there were 108 cyclosporin ophthalmic drops compounded by the respondent, all of which were for animal use. He does admit the violations as follows: South Carolina Code 4043-86-CC3, in that the respondent as a non-sterile compounding facility did fail to achieve and maintain competence in compounding by compounding a sterile drug in a non-sterile environment. South Carolina Code 4043-86-CC6, and the respondent did compound a sterile drug in a non-sterile compounding lab. And then all of those are noted as violations under 4043-140A1A.
Thank you. Okay, respondent, you may respond.
Sure. I'd like to start out that I've been a community and retail pharmacy for the last 36 years. I've taken best care of my patients, and all of my acknowledgments at work as best I can. Never been called before the board for any violation whatsoever during those 36 years. I submit that I have never and would never put any of my patients, human or animal, under any danger for any reason, especially for monetary gain. We have compounded this med even 25 years ago, and I know regulations have changed and there are other things. The formula I had at the time did not state that it needed to be sterile. And like I said, I've had experience with this one before, never had a problem. Even compounded this for my own animal about 15 years ago with no side effects. Like I said, I am not in the business of taking advantage of anybody for monetary gain. And if I really thought I was doing anything nefarious, I really wouldn't have written up all those compounds in my compounding log. It was a compound that I had confidence in. Dogs, from my experience, are animals. Anytime you put drops in their eyes or ears, and I remind you, this was in a oil solution, which doesn't grow bacteria that quickly anyway. It's pretty anaerobic. They always rub their face, eyes, ears, grass, dirt, carpet. And I know and I've never think they just a dog, but it's hard to keep a dog sterile with that and keep their paws out of their eyes or anything else. I'd like to say that I have not received a complaint from a patient's owner or any of that over the last, ever, honestly. I immediately stopped compounding that day and have not done it since, obviously. I'd like to say that, it was a mistake on my part. I'll have to say that. That was one of the worst inspections I've had. I'm sorry. I've had stellar inspections all those other years. Bad day. The pharmacy is ordinarily extremely clean, and I sort of take exception with some of that, but that's what it is. I swear I'd never do that again with the compound. I have no reason to do that. Like I said, I've tried to take care of my patients as best as possible for the last 36 years. I think I've done a decent job of that. Never put them in danger in my mind or in their mind either. They're friends of mine. And I guess for the above reasons, I'd like to ask for a little leniency today. I've stopped doing this. I've redoubled my efforts to make sure our compound and lab is pristine as possible. I've taken care of those other problems, and I'd like to go on from here and continue serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Questions from the board?
Chapman, now you've referenced that you were unaware that this medication was a sterile compound. Do you get your formulas from like PCCA? Those
I do, the
tools?
majority, yes.
And are you aware that they regularly update formulas for beyond use dates, especially as the USP has changed? Do you guys check those regularly to be
Yes.
aware of those changes?
Matter of fact, that formula was changed 3 weeks after it was found out. I queried PCCA about the formula, the prior formula, same ingredients. They informed me that they completely erased any revised, older compound they revised, so no access to it. And I wasn't able to do that. And I didn't have a copy of it on hand. But yes, we check those very regularly. We do with Letco and, with PCCA quite often.
Other questions?
I think there was mention of expired ingredients on the shelf in the compounding room. Have you put policies and procedures in place and a log to monitor the removal of the expired products?
We have a new checklist monthly so that we don't have any expired excipients, no expired lot compounds that we've made ahead of time, like testosterone cream or something we get many prescriptions for. So yes, we have.
Has there been a recent inspection since?
I hadn't been inspecting it since June 19th, 2023. And I don't believe you guys have received any complaints since then from any patient or prior patient.
Is it just you, or how many pharmacists do you have on staff?
It's me full-time pretty much, and I have 2 relief pharmacists.
Gotcha. And technicians, what about their training in regards to compounding?
My lead tech has been together, we've been working together for 25 years. We both went to PCCA school before we opened this pharmacy. And we stay current with some CE, obviously, we're required to do, and stay up on compounds. I frequently speak with the doctors around in Irmo. I've gotten to know them very well over 20 years. And a lot of confidence in me, and I have confidence in them. They come to me with questions and do the best of my ability.
want to make a comment with regards to what you stated earlier about referencing formulas and whatnot from PCCA. I've run into very similar situations with regards to we were using formulations from them with instructions and as regulations, and the industry has changed some. When you go back to look for those formulas, they're no longer accessible, and when you call, because of liability purposes, they won't even reference them.
Thank you very much. The timing was suspicious with us. I'm sorry, but it was.
Well, that being said, eye drops in general are considered sterile preparations, and I understand cyclosporin, and I think you mentioned it in your, it's somewhere in the board book, I read it, that it's difficult to filter because of the viscosity and worrying about filtering out the medication. Were there any other steps that you had in your process to try to ensure sterility for this medication?
Well, obviously, like I said, the oil formula in there, it's very hard for bacteria to grow in oil. One thing, we use a powder hood, which I'm not required to have. Of course, we use that. That's not anything to do with sterility. But we kept gloves and everything else and prepared as I didn't think it needed to be sterile, to be honest with you, but we prepare everything in a clean area, very clean. As far as being dirty in there, this was around the powder hood filter, and I had work that weekend, and I honestly hadn't cleaned up on Sunday. I was tired, went home. It caught me on a bad morning at 9 o'clock in the morning the following Monday. Hadn't had a chance to sweep or wipe off in there, and no excuse, but that's the way it was that day.
Do y'all have any plans in place for further training in light of these inspections, or have y'all done any training with regards to compounding since then?
Of course, we have ongoing training all the time there, and never intended to be a sterile compound. I'm not pretending to be a sterile compounding pharmacy. Like I said, just maybe a mistake on my part. There you have it.
Further questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Smith, closing statements?
Thank you. The state doesn't have any closing statements.
Okay, Mr. Chapman, any closing statement?
No further. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. This MOA and the additional information presented today is submitted. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to take this up in executive session to seek legal advice.
Second.
A motion and a second to take this up in executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. So what we will do is after our hearings today, we will go into executive session and make a decision. You're welcome to stick around today, or you can follow up with the board tomorrow or next week.
Well, I'll be present with you guys when you're in no, I won't be. You're in executive session, I understand.
Right, yeah. So we will, we'll close that off, but we won't make any decisions while we're in executive session. We'll come back on the record and we'll present our decisions then.
And when will I hear from that?
You can follow up with the board tomorrow. It could be later today as well. I'm not sure how long we'll go today, but definitely by tomorrow you could.
Okay. Any further questions, y'all let me know, please.
All right. Thank you so much for
Thank you for your
appearing
time.
today. Appreciate it. We will go to, when I find my agenda, 15C, Sherry Ralph Saki Moad, case 2025-4.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Will you pronounce your last name for me?
It's Moawad.
Mawad, okay.
Yes.
All right, so just some housekeeping items. The microphone, it can move, it's not plugged in, but you are gonna have to speak very closely to it. You don't have to press a button, it'll pick you up, but just make sure that red light stays on. Okay, so Does any member of the board have reason to recuse him or herself from this hearing? Hearing none, this hearing is called to order. A quorum of the board is present. This is a final order hearing in the matter of Sher Ralph Saki Moad, pharmacist, case 2025-4, being held here in Columbia, South Carolina on November 20th, 2025. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn in before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I am the chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The attorney advising us today is Carolyn Sutherland, advice counsel. The respondent is present. Are you represented by an attorney?
No, I'm representing myself today.
Okay, so you have that understanding that you have the right to an attorney and you're waiving it? Very good. The state is represented by Casey Smith, Assistant Disciplinary Counsel. This hearing will be conducted as informally as is compatible with an equitable presentation of both sides of the case and in compliance with the provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act and this board's statutes and regulations. It's my understanding that parties have entered into a memorandum of agreement wherein both the facts and the violations have been admitted, correct? Correct. All right. Disciplinary counsel will present the MOE, and the respondent will have a chance to address the board with respect to the MOA. First, we will have the witness and respondents sworn in. So if you'll just stand and raise your right hand, and our court reporter will swear you in. Thank you. All right, thank you. Ms. Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you. The respondent is a licensed pharmacist. She was first licensed by the board via reciprocity on December 7th, 2018. At all times relevant to these matters, she was employed as a pharmacist at Walgreens, number 10162, located in Fort Mill, South Carolina. The parties have entered into an MOA. That notice of hearing, as well as certificate of service and MOA and all relevant exhibits are in your board book, and the state would enter that unopposed as State's Exhibit 1 at this time.
All right, thank you.
On or about January 6, 2025, the board received an initial complaint alleging that the respondent had dispensed 30 milligram Adderall instead of the correct prescription, which should have been Adderall XL 10 milligram, and further alleging that the patient consumed multiple doses of Adderall 30 milligram, which led to mood swings and agitation. On February 11, 2025, the respondent submitted a statement to LLR investigator Ray Trotter admitting in the statement that the patient prescription received was for amphetamine salt combo ER 10 milligram, but it was incorrectly typed in by a staff technician as amphetamine salt combo ER 30 milligram, and later that day, the respondent admits that upon data verification and drug utilization review, she failed to correct the error in dosage and filled the prescription with the wrong dosage, which ultimately the patient consumed. She immediately reported the error, and a report was prepared to investigate and provide a plan of action to prevent similar incidents in the future that she then reviewed and signed with her employer. She has no prior disciplinary history with the board, and she does admit to violations of South Carolina Code 4043-86-DD5 and 140A1A, in that she did commit a medication error that could result in harm to the public.
Okay, thank you. All right, respondent, you may respond.
All right. So I really hold myself up to the responsibility of anything that's dispensed on that day, including the prescription in question here. And I know my responsibilities. I know the law. I consider that a violation, and I hold myself really to a high standard in my 11 years of practicing pharmacy, whether in North Carolina or South Carolina here. This is pretty much my first mistake, and this is every pharmacist's nightmare, that any prescription error, let alone a prescription for a controlled substance, leaves the pharmacy in error. When it was first notified, I am a floater pharmacist, so I am not the one who reported the incident, of course, but the staff pharmacist did. I was notified, and per procedures with Walgreens, there is a report and investigation that has to happen. So we go over how did that mistake happen. This is not something that I take lightly or a habitual mistake that we do. That investigation was done, and we have an action plan to prevent things like that from ever happening again. I personally hold myself responsible. That day, per you guys are going to see in the exhibits, I made a poor decision of working solo that night. I didn't have any staff, supporting staff working with me on that day, so we were shortly staffed. That's not an excuse. I learned my lesson that poor decisions when it comes to compromising safe dispensing can lead to mistakes like that. I agree with the violation totally, 100%, and I'm holding myself to higher standards. I worked a lot to prevent that from happening. I just respectfully disagree with the reprimand. I feel like it implies that I willfully or in an unethical way meant to do a mistake like that or an error like that. That was not ever my demeanor at any time when I'm practicing pharmacy. It's something I hold myself up to high standards. I'm too proud of what I do. So I'm open to questions from your part. I really respectfully want to thank you all for being here. I'm willing to answer any question you have about the incident or how I rectified that or prevent it from happening in my practice in the future.
Okay, thank you. That will take us to the board members may ask questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned staffing. Talk to me about the workplace conditions and the time around the event.
Okay, so I started my shift that day and the other pharmacists left. We had 2 technicians and they both left at 5:30. We closed at 8 o'clock. So I was pretty much on my own for 2.5 hours before we close. So I would say this is not a very high volume store, but again, I could see that like mistakes happen. Being like I'm not limitless. I have limitations too. So when I have limitations and I am not supported by any staff and I'm working alone in an atmosphere like that, I would expect that even with the best safeguards, with our like software, with our system, me being personally vigilant in what I'm doing all the time, like things can happen. I learned my lesson. I now like stand up for safety dispensing safely and the safety of, I have a mutual goal, like all of you guys, public safety. That's my #1 goal. So now I speak up when I feel like, oh yeah, this is not a safe dispensing atmosphere.
I appreciate that. Who was in charge of your scheduling at the time of technicians? So you were a floater at the time, correct?
I'm a floater, yeah,
Okay.
I'm still a floater.
So is it the responsibility of the PIC of that location to do the scheduling, or is there a central scheduler?
It's usually either the PIC or the lead technician or the RXOM. They both have the mutual responsibility of scheduling that day, yeah.
Do they have the ability to increase or decrease hours based off of volume and patient demand? Or is it set?
It's set.
Okay.
Yeah, it is pretty much set.
All right. Were there any call outs or anything that day that you were aware of? Or was that the schedule? They scheduled you from 5:30 to 8 by yourself?
To be honest, I walked in not knowing what kind of staffing is, what hours of staff would be. This is not something that a floater would commonly know before I go. But I've been floating for a while now to know which stores have staffing issues. And I pick and choose now where I want to practice, like which stores.
And this was one of the stores that was not staffed well?
It was not staffed well, yeah.
Okay. Did you have any access to upper management to reach out to them and say, help, or I need additional support? I don't feel like that I'm able to do this safely.
At any point, I have access to upper management.
Did you reach out to them that day?
That's why, no, that was
Okay.
that was a very poor decision on my part.
You were trying to take care of your patients,
I
is what it
could
sounds like.
have
so.
reached out to upper management, yes.
Were there any closures around you, whether it be additional Walgreens or other competitors? Were they funneling? Was the volume increase due to closures?
To be honest, I'm not aware of any closures in this specific area.
Okay.
Is it common practice for a pharmacist to work alone without a technician?
It's definitely not, no.
Be able to ask Investigator Trotter any questions or no?
He is not sworn in as a witness in the state, and I believe the state's rested their case, so.
Couple more questions. Were there any like system safeguards you mentioned? Do you feel like the upper management, that Walgreens has taken your feedback from this account in terms of your progressive plan forward to implement additional safety hard stops or features in the system?
I'm going to have to say over the past year and a half, we have had additional safeguards in our system. So right now I have, as a pharmacist, I have a tool, I have 4 safeguards before the prescription gets in the hand of my patient. Prior to that, we had only 3 safeguards, but now I have 4. They do take our feedback. There is a tool that was added recently. I get, right away, I get feedback based on data analysis and pulling information from the workflow. That's a central thing. It's called Patient Safety Organization. It is partly by Walgreens, but there is, I think, independent operation too. And they give me right away feedback on the prescription. Let's say if it's like look-alike, sound-alike medication that can be confusing, I would get like a red flag before I dispense it. There is another feature that if it's an uncommon dosage, or this is not based on the patient history, is not a commonly prescribed dosage for the patient, I would get another red flag. So in order for the prescription to get out there, there are plenty of safeguards, yeah.
Was this a prescription that was filled off file, or was it one that you input and then filled and then checked yourself?
So that was a new prescription that was entered on the date. And I guess it was August 30th. So the prescription data entry was done by another staff, with our technician. And then I just review the prescription and then do the final verification.
So you didn't do the data entry?
I didn't do the data
Okay,
entry.
you just
yeah.
checked, yeah, okay.
It's always recommended not to be at all the safeguards, yeah.
That's
Not
why I
all
was
the
asking.
checkpoints, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. And do you happen to know how this prescription came into the pharmacy, if it was a handwritten script or an electronic prescription?
At the moment, I wouldn't know, but I can look up at this information. Usually, we have electronic prescriptions for controlled substance. Most of the time, it's electronically submitted.
Well, and that's partly why I was asking, because I know for the systems that I'm familiar with, if they're electronic, a lot of times it pre-populates a lot of the prescription in for the data entry station. So I was curious if it is electronic. This isn't normally something you see just because of those safeguards. So I just was asking if this was deviated from the norm in any way. So
it shouldn't be. I mean, even with pre-populated electronic submitting and filling some of the information, especially with controlled, it's not really, it's still up to us to put the information in, yeah.
That several new safeguard systems had been put in by Walgreens to catch errors like this going forward. What kind of systems were in place when the event occurred?
We had the same system minus 1 safeguard. But instead of 3 checkpoints, instead of 4 checkpoints, 3 checkpoints.
You also mentioned physical safeguards. So was in this instance, and correct me if I'm wrong, things were put in correct, it was pre-verified or verified correct in the system, but it was a dispensing to where instead of the 10s, you did the 30s. And so did you have a bunch of narcotic bottles from the safe on the counter all at the same time and then just scan the wrong tag
No.
and wrong? Okay.
No, no. So the verification was done wrong, like the data review, that's on my side. So the entry was done incorrectly. I failed to catch the error when I did the data review, and then I failed to catch it one more time when I did the final verification.
So you were not involved in actually pulling the medication, counting the medication, back counting, verification that way? You were just a final check?
Final
in
check,
that.
yes.
Last question, was the final check at that store?
It
Or was it a
at that
final check
store.
done from another store?
No, it was in my store.
Okay.
Yeah.
Further questions from the board? Okay. Ms. Smith, would you like to make a closing statement? Okay. Respondent, would you like to make a closing statement?
Yeah, respectfully, I'm just I'm asking that if I'm really willing to take more board approved classes for avoiding any medication error. I would really welcome any input from you guys. I've already done some through Walgreens. I've done some through different CE provider. I'm working on that to catch any, like, get myself more vigilant with errors like that, things that can be confused. I feel like the public reprimand for me implies that I, in unethical way, meant to do that mistake, or I was willful or negligence. And that kind of, like, it doesn't really, I hold myself to a really high standard, and it does really damage my confidence as a pharmacist. I'm asking if you would respectfully consider letter of caution and assigning me with any training or any online class that address medication errors. I'll be more than willing to do as many classes approved by the board. But that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that information. Do I have a motion from the board?
Motion to take this up in executive session for legal counsel.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to take this up in executive session to seek legal advice from our attorney. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? And the motion carries. So what we will do is, after all our hearings today, we will go into executive session and discuss your case. We won't make any decisions in executive session. We'll come out of executive session and then make those decisions then. You are welcome to stay around today and wait that out. You can also leave and follow up with the board tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. We'll go to the end of the day today, but you can follow up with them tomorrow about the status of your case.
Sounds great.
Thank you so much
Appreciate
for
it.
appearing
Thank you all
today.
so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move to 15D IHS Pharmacy, case 2025-37. If those parties will come, thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. Have y'all shared driver's licenses? I believe. Thank you. Okay. So this is case 2025-37 IHS Pharmacy. Does any member of the board have reason to recuse him or herself for this hearing? Hearing none, this hearing is called to order. A quorum of the board is present. This is a final order hearing in the matter of IHS Pharmacy, permit 7492, Myra Sanderson, permit holder, case 2025-37, being held here in Columbia, South Carolina on November 20th, 2025. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. My name is Mary Douglas Smith, and I am the chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The attorney advising our board today is Carolyn Sutherland, advice counsel. The respondent is present. Is the respondent represented by an attorney?
Respondent is.
Okay. Counselor, if you'll please state your name for the record.
My name is Travis Dayhoff. I'm an attorney at Nelson Mullins here in Columbia.
Okay, thank you. The state is represented by Casey Smith, Assistant Disciplinary Counsel. This hearing will be conducted informally is compatible with an equitable presentation of both sides of the case and in compliance with the provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act and our state statutes and regulations. It is my understanding that the parties have entered into a memorandum of agreement wherein both the facts and the violations have been admitted, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right. Our disciplinary counsel will present the MOA, and the respondent and/or the attorney will then have the opportunity to address the board with respect to the MOA. First, I will have all witnesses, including the respondent, sworn in. So if y'all will please stand and raise your right hand. All right. Thank you. Ms. Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you. The respondent holds a non-resident pharmacy permit that was first issued by the board on May 23rd, 2004. The parties have entered into a memorandum of agreement. You have in your board book and States Exhibit 1 the notice of hearing, the certificate of service, as well as the memorandum of agreement and relevant exhibits, and we would enter that into evidence as States 1 unopposed at this time.
No objection.
Thank you.
Just for information purposes, this was a consent agreement that was rejected by the board at the last board meeting, and they are here under the MOA for this meeting. The respondent's non-resident permit lapsed on July 1st, 2024, and was reinstated on March 5th, 2025. The respondent admitted to shipping product into South Carolina during the period of lapse. A complaint was filed with the board due to this being the third permit lapse for the respondent. For the lapse period at issue in the current case, July 1st, 2024, through March 4th, 2025, the respondent paid $10 a day for a total of $2,270 plus renewal and late fees for a grand total of $2,800. The respondent's prior permit lapses occurred from July 1st, 2015 through September 28th, 2015, and then again on July 1st, 2022 through January 10th, 2024. No citation was issued for the lapse permit from July 1st, 2015 through September 28th, 2015. The respondent did pay $10 a day for $620 plus renewal fees for a total of $770 during that lapse. And then on February 6, 2025, the board issued the respondent a $500 citation for operating with a lapsed non-resident pharmacy permit from July 1st, 2022 through January 10th of 2024. The respondent paid the citation in full on February 20th, 2025, plus $10 a day for a total of $5,590 plus the renewal and late fees for a grand total of $6,250. The respondent avers that during the period of lapse, an individual formerly in charge of the renewals may have suffered a health issue with cognitive decline, which led to the oversight in the renewal, and further avers that they've retained a law firm to handle their permitting and renewals moving forward. The respondent's non-resident pharmacy permit renewal application for the 25-26 period was received by board staff on June 2nd, 2025.
Okay. Thank you. The respondent, you may respond to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak on behalf of the respondent.
That's great, thank you.
Then Ms. Sanderson will also be available for a short questions. IHS is a closed-door pharmacy in Rainsville, Alabama. Rainsville is a small town in the northeast corner of Alabama. IHS is a family-owned business. They've been in business about 50 years. Ms. Myra Sanderson made the trip today. She wears 3 hats at IHS. The general counsel. She is the designated permit holder, and she is the daughter of the owner and the former original PIC, Roy Sanderson. IHS provides comprehensive medication services to correctional facilities. We serve 20-plus states. We serve South Carolina, 12 facilities in South Carolina. Ms. Smith, we're here about our failure to renew permits. IHS had a late renewal in 2015, but our more significant failures to renew were much more recent. Late 2023, the BOP staff let us know that our permit had lapsed. At that time, our administrative supervisor, Ms. Dana, was in charge of our licensing. We looked into the matter in early 2024, and I was representing IHS at that time. Ms. Dana believed that she had submitted the 2022-23 and 23-24 renewals. She was able to provide to us copies of completely filled out, signed, appropriately dated renewals. And she was able to provide us one check, not both, but one check. And she told us, and she did, she had placed it in her folder for the renewals that she had submitted. It was a pink folder, as I recall. So we provided those documents to Mr. Trotter, and he helpfully went back and checked the other end of the transaction to see if we can find any evidence that that stuff had actually been delivered. Unfortunately, we couldn't. So that lengthy lapse was resolved with a payment of over $6,000 and then a $500 administrative citation. Now, because Ms. Dana was able to produce those documents, and she appeared to follow her regular process, and she had been doing this for about 20 years with no significant issues, we believed, we weren't sure, but we believed perhaps that renewal was a one-off, isolated incident. We even were concerned about mail delivery. We'd had trouble with mail delivery in Rainsville. IHS had in the late COVID period forward. Now, that February 2025 comes, and we find that we have failed to renew again, obviously back-to-back. Substantially contemporaneously with that failure in South Carolina, that bad news we got, we learned that we missed other states, a few other states. We looked into the lapses again, as you can imagine, and came to the conclusion that Ms. Dana, regrettably, could not handle the licensing any longer. We're not exactly sure what happened, but we believe she's experiencing cognitive difficulties related to age and health. Memory was becoming a problem. So, with the kind assistance of Chelsea Schwartz, we got our renewal submitted. We paid our late fee, which was $2,800 approximately. We undertook the corrective action. Ms. Dana is no longer handling our licensing. We have not fired Ms. Dana. She receives my invoices, as a matter of fact. And the only client that I send an invoice to who sends me a thumbs up afterwards, which I appreciate. So we also retained a law firm in Phoenix, Bozen & Snow. Some of you may have heard of them. They do pharmacy almost exclusively. IHS signed up for their compliance program, basically. This program is overseen by a licensing specialist, who's a pharmacist, a paralegal, and a lawyer. System includes a comprehensive database of all their licenses, as you can imagine, all their due dates, the windows of the opening of the renewal process in each state. The law firm prepares the renewals, obviously sends them to Ms. Sanderson to review and approve, and files them. They also implemented a new licensing email, which lots of my clients use, and it's helpful to make sure that notices from boards, states, get seen by the right person. So that licensing email goes to 6 or 7 folks at IHS now. And I checked our renewal application that Ms. Smith mentioned, and that licensing email address is on that application, so that's good. And it was timely, 2526. Now, to resolve the most recent permit lapse, I worked out the consent agreement with Ms. Smith, and that consent agreement was rejected at your October meeting, a first. But listen, I understand why you'd want to lay eyes on us after back-to-back lapses, particularly with that first lapse being long. So we apologize for those lapses. We appreciate that it is our obligation to follow the rules in the various states, and it was our obligation to get those renewals in, and we didn't. So in hindsight, yes, we probably should have reassigned Ms. Dana earlier. We didn't then because what became really clear in early 2025 was not so clear in late 2023, for the reasons I mentioned. Documents, albeit partial evidence of submission, and she hadn't had a significant miss at that time. So we have a system in place that's going to ensure that we don't fail to renew. I can tell you that since that system has been in place, we haven't failed to renew in any of the states where we have licenses. So with that, Ms. Sanderson would like to say something, and she'd certainly answer any questions you all have.
You all are probably thinking, how on earth did she get into this position? That's what I a while. But to give you a little background, my father
You pull the microphone up.
My father is 94, and he is the pharmacist founder of the company. I grew up in a pharmacy. We had a fountain, all the good stuff that you remember from, some of you may remember, the good old days. But in 1999, Daddy decided to get into a different area of pharmacy and kind of fell into correctional pharmacy. There's a good story there, but I won't go into that. We didn't know that correctional facilities needed pharmacy. But he started providing service to Alabama jails and quickly branched into other southern states, and now we have a lot of states. That's what we do exclusively. In the meantime, I and all four of his children rejected pharmacy as a profession and did other things, and I went to law school. And I was practicing law in Nashville with two small children, and it was becoming increasingly difficult, and so I decided I would come back and help Daddy with the new area of pharmacy, correctional pharmacy. So in 2004, I moved my family closer to the pharmacy in Northeast Alabama, and I got the glorious title of Vice President and General Counsel, and started doing everything from mediating disputes with employees to delivering medication and keeping Daddy out of jail, basically. That was, I felt like, part of my job too. So we grew very fast over several years and branched out into other states. And we're very proud of our record of service to correctional facilities, as well as not having any kind of legal issues with pharmacy, because we have competitors who have significant legal issues in their pharmacy practice. And so that helps explain maybe a little bit of the mortification I felt when the found out about the lapse. I felt like I had really horrible supervisor of that whole process, as well as I was very worried about our dear employee. So it's been a very difficult time. We have got it under control, and Travis has been very helpful, and I just hope that we can put this behind us and go forward with clean slate. Any questions that you all have?
Thank you. All right, board members?
You had mentioned you're licensed in 20-plus states. Where are those permits located? Are they just in a file cabinet? Are they displayed out in the open where someone has eyes on them on a regular basis? Or explain that for me.
Both. We have a filing cabinet full of paper, file folder state, and also we have a cabinet with each of the permits, the active permits displayed.
But they're not openly displayed, like in a frame hanging on the wall where...
Yeah, oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's a glass cabinet.
Oh,
yes.
Understand. Okay.
Has your permit in the home state ever been lapsed?
No.
Your other permits that were lapsed, did y'all regain permits in all the states where they were temporarily?
It was lapsed in Arizona, and yes, we have gotten that permit back. In Texas, yes, we got that permit back. In Louisiana, yes, we have that permit back.
Generally, in what time frame did these lapses occur?
Yeah, I think the current lapses that we're working through would have been late '24, early '25. So When we heard from South Carolina, at about the same time, we're hearing from the states that we've met.
Question, your longest lap occurred.
You may need to repeat that. You can pull the mic closer.
It's okay.
I think we heard it.
Okay, the recording didn't, so bear with me
sorry,
a
go ahead.
moment. I believe your longest lapse occurred in 23, 24. Were there other states where lapses occurred during that same time period?
So that was a 2-year lapse. I'm not aware of another 2-year lapse.
You quantify approximately how many shipments were sent into our state when you were not licensed in the state?
So the quantification on the most recent lapse appears in the MOA, which
That's the 1294.
that is right. I want to say 6 facilities and 1294.
Okay, do you have a number for the July 22 to January 24 lapse?
More.
Okay.
More. So I don't, but unless it's attached to this MOA, Ms. Smith?
No, it's not.
And I guess, I'm sorry, I didn't have
Because
that
that
ready
would've-
because,
That would have been a citation case. We wouldn't have that
Right.
information without digging back, and it's sort of,
no, but I'm sure it was more.
Are y'all providing consultant pharmacy services to the correctional facilities also, or just medications?
Month. Yes, we are providing those.
Are those pharmacists like?
They are South Carolina pharmacists, yes. We have 2.
Do they take care of their own relicensing, or do y'all handle that for them?
Their own personal relicensing or the pharmacist?
Pharmacists.
Personal relicensing.
Any further questions from the board members? All right, Ms. Smith, closing statement?
the state doesn't have any closing statements.
Okay, respondent, closing statement?
Just thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Do I have a motion from the board?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we take this up in executive session to seek legal advice from counsel.
A motion to take this up in executive session in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. As you've probably heard, we will go into executive session after these hearings. We will not make a decision while in executive session, but we'll come out and make a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today and appearing. It's appreciated. I'm going to ask staff if we have 13C here.
We are checking in the lobby.
Thank you.
Not here yet.
Okay.
We anticipate possibly 11. I may have been misunderstanding.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into executive session with the caveat that if 13C does appear, that Dr. Shealy can let us know.
Okay. We have a motion to go into executive session to seek legal advice from our attorney. Is there a second? A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. We will take a 10 or 5-minute convenience break, and then we'll be in executive session starting 10:15. I'm sorry. Who seconded that? We are slowly coming out of executive session. As a reminder, no decisions or motions were made while we were in executive session. And we're going to be back on the record when I have a thumbs up from our administrator. Okay. Any board members?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion in regards to Agenda Item 15B, Case 2023-133. A move that we accept the MOA as presented, assess a fine of $1,500 payable within 90 days of this order, require completion of 20 hours of non-sterile compounding continuing education within 6 months of the date of this order. We specify the failure to comply in part or in whole with any terms of this order shall result in administrative suspension of the license. Additionally, we require that any failed inspection within the next 3 years shall mandate a personal appearance before the board for review and further action as deemed appropriate.
Okay, so we have a motion. For clarification, as I was taking it, was that training ACPE accredited?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to include ACPE as part of the 20 hours of non-sterile compounding continuing education and training.
Perfect. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. A motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
Madam Chair, in regards to item 15A, I would like to make a motion to MOA with a $5,000 fine to be paid within 90 days of this order, with the stipulation that they need to submit quarterly reports for the next 2 years. Failure to comply with this order will result in an administrative suspension.
Okay, so that was case 2022-174. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
Madam Chairwoman, in regards to case number 2025-4, I would like to make a motion that we reject the MOA and we dismiss the case with a letter of caution.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Yeah.
I just wanted to say maybe we discuss kind of why we don't consider this necessarily patient harm. This was potential side effect and some other potential issues in regards to maybe workplace environment.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
Madam Chair, in the matter of 15D, case 2025-37, the board would like to make a motion to reject this MOA due to the lack of inclusion of the shipments during the lapse period. The board would consider an MOA reflective of the number of shipments that entered South Carolina during the time period in question.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Okay. We had one continuance from yesterday. We're confirmed that we're going to continue. Before you do that, we also have on the agenda today number 17, public comment. Is there anybody that would like to make public comment during this time? Sorry.
one has signed up to provide public comment, and to my knowledge, we have not received any public comment.
Okay, thanks. Hey, can you go check? No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that we go into executive session to include Dr. Shealy, our Executive Director, to discuss agenda item 16, and lunch.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. We're now in executive session. We have been in executive session, and so I will entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. While we were in executive session, there were no decisions made, no motions filed. So we did seek legal advice regarding the compounding regulations drafting process from our attorney. We also invited the executive director of the board to help us with that legal advice as well. So I do want to come back on the record and probably have some brief discussion related to this item. I think that a couple of things that I maybe have thought about is that this will be a recurring agenda item for us. Our next scheduled board meeting is mid-January, January 17th, I believe, 17th and 18th. 14th, thank you, 14th and 15th, I'll make sure I have that right. And so we can anticipate, every meeting going forward, this being a topic that we discuss. As we make progress on this, I would like to have a draft available in January for our board review. That draft can be a path of standard of care. So thinking about different standard of care models, what they look like, what they mean in terms of compounding specifically. And so I would like to request our staff work on that as a pathway. I'm also going to open the floor for discussion. If you agree with that pathway as a board member, if you would like to offer other insight or any other plans.
Madam Chair, I will take the opportunity to speak on that as well. I do think this is a great step forward. I think there was some great legal advice in terms of what our pathway forward can be, should be, and I look forward to the discussions and involvement of every board member along with our panel that has been tasked to offer expert opinions in their respective field of pharmacy and their expertise. So definitely come prepared, open-minded in regards to, change is definitely, potential change, no one's saying it's happening for sure. Potential change is scary. I think as we push for things like standard of care, nerves could be a part of it in regards to, being practitioners of pharmacy, making decisions, not knowing, this regulatory body is not supposed to be punitive. We're supposed to be educational, but we're also here regulating in the event that we do need to regulate and do need to correct. So all that in mind, I know there's a lot of verbiage, probably just a brain dump. I am excited, probably more excited than I have been in recent months in regards to the progress, and look forward to exploring the standard of care option.
I'd like to add to the discussion and kind of piggyback off of what you said. This is a relatively new idea in pharmacy, especially for me as being somewhat new to this board. I am very interested to learn about it moving forward and for the discussion and the back and forth, and it's been very educational. And I just would like to say I think we're in a good place. I'm excited to hear what the panel has to say, and I'm looking forward to working on this.
I also agree that this is a great first step forward and great collaboration between the board members, and look forward to seeing future task force committee and others embrace the standard of care and their comments add to the plan.
I'd like to also say that I agree with our board members, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. Look forward to what this is going to bring forward for the practice of pharmacy in our state and, maintaining patient always been our goal, and I feel like moving in this direction might help ensure that for the state of South Carolina. Look forward to what it has for us.
Board members mentioned patient safety. I feel like we're moving much more forward in a perspective of protecting the health and well-being of the patients in South Carolina, and I too feel more positive.
Okay. If there is no further discussion, I entertain other motions.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned.